Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county of State, Tennessee. Today's date is Monday morning, June the 29th, 2026. The time, 6:40 a.m. First, say thank you for my family, my support for you, Chris Paul, continue to keep myself employed. Then Memphis Tri-State area, continue to further my education by continuing to pursue my associate study, be administrative contract in the market. Present time, take a break and go to school. In the future, I do intend to go back to school and continue to work toward earning my associate study, be administrative contract in the market. Now, I'm gonna start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county of State, Tennessee. Today's date is Monday morning, June 29th, 2026. Time 6:41 a.m. First, say thank you to my family, my support for you, continue to keep myself employed in the Memphis Tri-State area, continue to further my education by studying. I continue to pursue my associate degree study, be administrative contract in the market. At the present time, I took a break and going to school. In the future, I do intend to go back to school and continue to work toward earning my associate degree and be administrative contract in the market, as well as other degrees. Now, let me first start by saying I was attempting to make my video last weekend, which was the weekend of, Father's Day weekend, and also that Thursday was the Juneteenth. Monday morning, it was a storm came, Monday morning, a rainstorm, thunderstorm and things like this started, and the thunderstorm knocked the power out. It ain't the first time, sometimes things like that happen, sometimes when it rained and it started thundering and lightning and stuff like that, the wind, it started storming, it knocks the power out. But, it knocked the power out for a few, not that long, but still, like I said, I was in the process of recording, making my video last week, so that's what happened. The storm knocked the power out, and it, I had to cease from recording. So, but like I said, today I'm here this morning to record my video. So, first I want to say thank you to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God, for all the blessing and guidance it provides us all with. And continue to pray about natural disasters. We know how serious natural disasters are. So we just have to continue to pray. And continue to pray about wars that are being fought. Continue to pray. And just continue to pray. And so, all right, continue to pray. So, Now I'm gonna pick back up where I left off, and before I get started, I want to. So like I said, you know, this morning and everything, I'm starting my video and everything, and like I said, I was in the process of recording last week, you know, but I just want to remind, you know what I'm saying, preventive medicine is very important. Now, like as you know, preventive medicine is very important. Kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria. So you know that's very important. Now, okay, I had to get one in. Okay, look, so like I said, Lysol kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria. So you know that. So you know that's very important. So we had to kill the viruses and the bacteria, as well as the fungus and germs, you know, because it's very important. Okay, I had to get one in. Man. Okay, boy. Ooh, boy. You gotta kill them viruses, man, them bacteria. But hold on. Okay, make sure where I'm at here. Let's get right to it. I'm gonna pick back up where I left off. Okay, now, like I said, I was picking up where I left off. Now I was looking at some. Okay. What we was talking about is that let me click over. Okay. Now what I'm looking at, see, last week we were talking about Rabbi Akiva. And also about the versus heresies, which is against heresies. The book that was written by Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, in the time period when it was written, because that was the same time that Rabbi Akiva, who was in prison, and we talk about this Bar Kokhba revolt. It was around the same time. Right, and so that what I was pointing out is that the time when Against Heresies was written, it's been dated around 180 during the first century. During the first century. So when you talk about this so-called Gnostic nonsense, like I've been saying all the time, this Gnostic stuff had been refuted in the first century. In the first century. Here it is, 2026. And this damn Gnostic nonsense was already refuted in the first century. And that's the same time when Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Akiva was a leading Jewish scholar and sage and a tanner of the latter part of the first century and the beginning of the second. And Rabbi Akiva was executed by the Romans in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt. And so let me touch on that Bar Kokhba revolt. Now the Bar Kokhba revolt, the war Bitar in the third or second Jewish-Roman war, it was the last and most devastating of three major Jewish rebellions against the Roman Empire. And it was led by Simon Bar Kokhba. And who was that? Simon Bar Kokhba. Simon Bar Kokhba. He was a Jewish military leader in Judea. And he lent his name to the Bar Kokhba revolt, which he initiated against the Roman Empire in 132 Common Era. So we still talking about the first century. Though they were ultimately unsuccessful, Bar Kokhba and his rebels did manage to establish and maintain a Jewish state for about 3 years after beginning the rebellion. Bar Kokhba served as the state's leader, crowning himself as Nasi. And said he crowning himself as Nasi. And some of the rabbinic scholars in his time believed him to be the long expected Messiah. And that in 135, Bar Kokhba was killed by Roman troops in the fortified town of Bitar. The Judean rebels who remained after his death were all killed or enslaved within the next year, and their defeat was followed by a harsh crackdown on the Judean populace by the Roman Emperor Hadrian. Okay, so let me click back over. So like I said, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and that the rebels established an independent Jewish state that lasted over 3 years before being crushed by the Romans, leading to the near total depopulation of Judea proper, along with mass killings, enslavement, and displacement. All right, let's let me click. So, Rabbi Akiva. And that Rabbi Akiva was executed by the Romans in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt. He has also been described as a philosopher. Now, one of the things I want to point out about, let me scroll down. Now, Rabbi Akiva has not been directly being involved in a Bar Kokhba revolt. It said that Rabbi Akiva really was in prison. He was in prison. That the thing that we want to point out, this is what I want to point out, and this is what historical records, is saying about Rabbi Akiva. Now they have three separate versions of the circumstance. In that Akiva, he defies the Roman prohibition on teaching Torah. And that the council Turnus Rufus orders his execution. And that Akiva is flayed alive, and his final words are the Shema prayer. The Shema Yisrael is a Jewish prayer that serves as a centerpiece of the morning and evening Jewish prayer service. Its first verse, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse number 4, encapsulates the monotheistic essence of Judaism. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh, our God, is one. That was his last word. Now, the most common version of Akiva's death is that the Roman government ordered him to stop teaching Torah on pain of death, and then he refused. And when Turnus Rufus, as he is called in Jewish source, ordered Akiva's execution, Akiva is said to have recited his prayers calmly, though suffering agonies. And when Rufus asked him whether he was a sorcerer, since he felt no pain, Akiva replied, I am no sorcerer, but I rejoice at the opportunity now given to me to love my God with all my life, seeing that I have hitherto been able to love him only with all my means, with all my might. He began reciting the Shema, and with the word Ikad, God is one. He expired and said that the version in the Babylonian Talmud tells it as a response of Akiva to his students, who asked him how he could yet offer prayers to God. He says to them, all my life I was worried about the verse, with all your soul. And the sages expounded this to signify, even if he takes away your soul. And I said to myself, when will I ever be able to fulfill this command? And now that I am finally able to fulfill it, I shall not. Then he said to Shema, and then he said the final word, Ikad, one. Until his life expired. With that word, a heavenly voice went out and announced, blessed are you, Rabbi Akiva, that your life expired with Ikad. It said that there's another legend, is that Elijah bore the body by night to Caesarea. The night, however, was as bright as the finest summer's day. When they arrived, Elijah and Joshua into a cavern that contained a bed, table, chair, and lamp, and deposited Akiva's body there. No sooner had they left it there than the cavern closed of its own accord, so that no one has found it since. Rabbi Akiva's modern day tomb is located in Tiberias. And on the night of Lag by Omer, pilgrims light bonfires at the tomb of Rabbi Akiva. The pilgrims include some from Boston, Massachusetts, a tradition reinstated by the Boston Rebbe in 1983. So that's the point we wanted to make. Is that Rabbi Akiva, as he was about to die, he recited the Shema Yisrael. His last words. He recited the Shema Yisrael. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh, our God, is one. one God. One God. That's what Rabbi Akiva said before he died. That Yahweh is one God. One. Then he passed away. Now Rabbi Akiva also, before he passed away, is that Rabbi Akiva did not want the Jewish community to become entangled in Grecian philosophy and that of Gnosticism. See, he knew about it. And he made it clear. He did not want the Jewish community to be entangled in Grecian philosophy and Gnosticism. So whatever you thought about that damn Gnosticism, that dualism and cosmology, claiming that it's two gods, Rabbi Akiva did not want the Jewish community to be entangled in Grecian philosophy, and he didn't want the Jewish community to be entangled in Gnosticism. And this was in the 1st century. And again, Rabbi Akiva, as he was about to die, because he was being tortured, because he wouldn't stop teaching the Torah. Rabbi Akiva, last words, the Shema Yisrael. O Israel, Yahweh is one God. One God. Now let me get over here to this against heresies. At what time? It was it's been dated by the scholars as around 180 in the 1st century. right? And so like I said, this is in the first century. It's been, because according to the scholars, the original adversary race against Herod was left some fragments. Only some fragments of the original text in ancient Greek remain. As for this so-called, what you call that stuff, syncretizing, you can't syncretize no dualism and cosmology with monotheism. See, this is the same thing with Rabbi Akiva being tortured to death by the polytheists. See, the Bar Kokhba revolt by Simon Bar Kokhba. The Jews are monotheistic. Rabbi Akiva recited the Shema Israel before he died, that Yahweh is one God. The people who executed Rabbi Akiva were polytheists. Polytheists. Ain't no syncretizing. No syncretizing. You be lying. And as for that Gnostic, that dualism and cosmology, no syncretizing. Because you talking about two gods. Judaism, one God. The Shema Yisrael. O Israel, Yahweh is one God. One God. One God. And Gnosticism had been refuted not only by Rabbi Akiva, excuse me, by Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyon, and Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch. And so, like I said, you can't syncretize. See, people be going around lying to other people. You cannot syncretize talking about monotheism and polytheism. Totally different. Monotheism is one God. Polytheism is more than one God. Dualism in cosmology means two or more God. It means two. You cannot syncretize. They be lying. And a quick review. Dualism in cosmology is the belief that dualism in cosmology, open your damn ears, is the belief that two fundamental concepts exist, which often oppose each other. This is an umbrella term that covers a diversity of views from various religions, including both traditional religions and scriptural religion. Read it again. Dualism in cosmology, open your damn ears, is the belief that two fundamental concepts exist, which often oppose each other. Two. You can't syncretize. Monotheism is one God. That's it. That's it. One God. Now, moral dualism is the belief of the great complement of or conflict between the benevolent and the malevolent. It simply implies that there are two moral opposites at work. Two. Independent of any interpretation of what might be moral and independent of how these may be represented. Moral opposites might, for example, exist in a worldview that has one God, more than one God, or none. By contrast, duotheism, bitheism, or ditheism implies at least two gods. While bitheism implies harmony, ditheism implies rivalry and opposition, such as between good and evil, or light and dark, summer and winter. For example, a ditheist system could be one in which one God is a creator and the other a destroyer. In theology, dualism can also refer to the relationship between the deity and creation. That's two. Or the deity in the universe. That's two. That's the reason why they call it theistic dualism. That form of dualism belief shared in certain traditions of Christianity and Hinduism. Alternatively, in ontological dualism, the world is divided into two overarching categories. Within Chinese culture and philosophy, the opposition and combination of the universe's two basic principles are expressed in yin and yang. in our traditional foundational doctrine of Taoism, Confucianism, and some Chinese Buddhist schools. Now, when it comes to moral dualism, in belief of the great complement or conflict between the benevolent and the malevolent, like ditheism and bitheism. Moral dualism does not imply the absence of monists or monotheistic principles. Moral dualism simply implies that there are two moral opposites. Moral opposite. Moral dualism implies two and they moral opposites. It works independent of any interpretation of what might be moral, and unlike ditheism and bitheism, independent of how these may be represented. Now you got some examples like Zoroastrianism and Manichaeism. See, all that Indo-Iranian stuff. All this Mandeanism, claiming that it's monotheistic and Gnostic. Yeah, how you gonna be monotheist and Gnostic? Zoroastrianism, Manichaeism. Then you got this other stuff over there, early part with this Hermetism. See, all this stuff, man, is all it. Get straight to the point. Ain't no sex. Just get straight to the point. Get straight to the point. Ain't no sex. Going around talking about the material world's evil. Ain't no sex. Trying to destroy wildlife. Trying to destroy nature, trying to destroy the environment. You'll do all that damn mess for anal sex. Trying to destroy the North Pole and the South Pole. You do all that damn shit for anal sex. Men having anal sex with men, the men having anal sex with the women. You do that damn mess for anal sex. Then you had a nerd, you so goddamn ignorant, even with the damn farm animals. The material world evil. See, every time you try to criticize, they'll still sit around and be talking about the material world's evil. See, you had to get to the root. Every damn thing based on the material world being evil. They lie. The material world evil. Hell, anal sex, the material world evil. Every damn thing goes back. It all goes back to the material world being evil. Any and everything about the material world being evil. Now, when it comes to this duotheism and ditheism and bitheism, dualism may refer to duotheism or bitheism or ditheism. Although ditheism and bitheism imply moral dualism, they are not equivalent. Ditheism and bitheism implies at least two Bitheism and ditheism implies at least two gods. Two. Now, when you talk about moral dualism does not necessarily imply theism at all. Both bitheism and ditheism imply a belief in two co-equally, two equally powerful gods with complementary or autonomous, but they imply two equally powerful gods. You can't syncretize bitheism and ditheism. You implying two equally powerful gods. No syncretizing. You can't syncretize. Because monotheism believe in one power. See, you remember them three things? You remember those three things that people say? All powerful, all knowing, all present. See, you can't do that. When you say all powerful, there's only one. When you say all knowing, one. God, one. All powerful God, one. All knowing God, one. All present God, one. One. You can't syncretize. You can't syncretize. Because bitheism and ditheism, you claiming that it's two equally powerful. No. 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 When you say bitheism and ditheism, you imply belief in two equally powerful gods with complementary or autonomous properties. However, while bitheism implies harmony, ditheism implies rivalry and opposition. In between good and evil, light and dark, summer and winter. In bitheism, in a bitheistic system, by contrast, where the two deities are not in conflict or opposition. One could be male and the other female. You know damn well there ain't no syncretizing. You know you ain't finna say that. Monotheistic, talking about some male and female. You cannot syncretize. Just like that ditheism. You can't syncretize. Talking about one is good and the other was evil. One God. No. You can't syncretize. Now let's get to this radical and this mitigated dualism. Radical dualism or absolute dualism posit two co-equal divine forces. No, you can't syncretize now. I'm telling you now, you can't syncretize. Two co-equally divine forces. No syncretizing, because monotheism is one. One God. One. No syncretizing. Mitigated dualism. Is where one of the two principles is in some way inferior to the other. You can't syncretize. See, this is what a lot of that Gnostic damn mess came. See, they try to throw this mess out here. This mitigated dualism. One is inferior to the other. Such classical Gnostic movements as the settings conceived of the material world as being created by a lesser divinity than the true God that was the object of their devotion. The spiritual world is conceived of as being radically different from the material world, coextensive with the true God. In the true home of certain enlightened members of humanity. Thus, these systems were expressive of a feeling of acute alienation within the world, and their resulting aim was to allow the soul to escape the constraints presented by the physical realm. See, that's where all that ignorant stuff come from. See, you use the material world for any and everything. Hey, I'm just gonna get straight to the point. Like I said on my previous video, I'm gonna say it again. Look, instead of you trying to destroy wildlife, nature, and the environment, trying to destroy the North and South Pole, just go kill your goddamn self. See, that's what I don't like. See, you constantly talking about the material world is evil and all this shit. Kill your goddamn self. Do that. Do that, Gnostic. Kill your goddamn self. Leave wildlife alone. Leave nature alone. Leave the environment alone. Leave the North and South Pole alone. Goddamn it. Go kill your goddamn self. Leave the little cats and dogs alone. All the dogs and cats be at the animal shelter. See, that's because of goddamn Gnostic be abusing and misusing the dogs and the cats, the animals. They be mistreating the animals. Talking about the material world is evil. Go kill your goddamn self. Do that. And so, like I said, let's repeat this again. Radical dualism or absolute dualism posits two co-equal divine forces. For example, Manichaeism, Zoroastrianism, so that's radical dualism. Mitigated dualism is two principles One of them is inferior to the other. That's a lot of that Gnostic nonsense. You lying, and you know damn well you can't syncretize. They lying. See, that's the reason why Rabbi Akiva recited the Shema Yisrael. O Israel, Yahweh is one God. One. You can't syncretize. Now, this theistic dualism. In theology, dualism can refer to the relationship between God and creation, or God and the universe. So that's two. God and his creation or universe. That's two. But it didn't say that the creation of the universe was co-equal, was divine. So just like this, Zoroastrianism, this Manichaeism. And so when it comes to this theistic dualism, see, this how a lot of this sect, this Gnostic nonsense, they try to take information and distort it. Because all it is distortion. See, this is the reason why Rabbi Akiva told you in the Yom Shizrael, in the Shema Yisrael, that Yahweh is one God. One God. See, this is the reason why Rabbi Akiva told you, hey, in the Shema Yisrael, that Yahweh is one God. One God. See, so theistic dualism, talking about creation or the universe, is not a God. It's not co-equal. It's what God created. And God didn't tell you that his creation was inferior in that way. Because he never said that creation was a God. God said, I'm one. Ain't nobody else but me. And he said that to his creation. I created you. There's none other but me. None other but me. I'm God. I'm God. Ain't nobody. I'm God by myself. Me, myself, and I. I'm the only one. Me, myself, and I. So you ain't talking about syncretize? No, you can't syncretize. No, you cannot syncretize. No. Yeah, there's nothing similar. Nothing. Totally different. See, this is how you've been lying and using and being violent. And then they also talk about this ontological dualism, which they mentioned before. Ontological, which is alternatively, dualism can mean the tendency of humans to perceive and understand the world as being divided into two overarching categories. And in that sense, it is dualistic. when you perceive, pay attention to what they teaching you. You hadn't been taught by God, but it's how you perceive. It's you perceiving as a tree, as a thing separate from everything surrounding it. And so that form of dualism, that form of ontological dualism, exists in Taoism and Confucianism and the foundational theory within traditional Chinese medicine. Beliefs that divide the universe. See, make sure you see when you divide the universe, not God, not saying God or whatever, but when you divide the universe, pay attention. Ontological dualism, when you divide the universe that God created. The complementary opposition of yin and yang. So, like I said, we want to do a quick review on this dualism in cosmology because it's important. It's important. So we want to make sure we get that understood. That, hey, don't be going around. Don't be trying to get over on people with this syncretizing. So you try to con other people. Trying to run a scam on other people with this syncretizing. All you're doing is lying. And so, like I said, let me get my Bible here. So, because we talking about one God, right? One God. Now I got the King James Version of the Holy Bible. Read a few verses here about one God. Let me see where we're going to start here. Let me see, for Deuteronomy. Well, first we're going to go to the book of Genesis. Chapter 1, verse number 1. See, when you talk about this material world being evil, and claiming that the demiurge created a lesser God created. Let's go to Genesis chapter 1, verse number 1. Like I said, we're in the Holy Bible, King James Version. We're in the book of Genesis. Chapter 1, verse number 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Genesis chapter 1, verse number 1. Let's go to the book of Exodus, chapter 20. And we're going to read verses 1 through 17. Genesis. Excuse me. The book of Exodus. We in the Old Testament. The book of Exodus, chapter 20. We're going to read verses 1 through 17. It's only one God. One. And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness. See, there you go. See, in your mind. Repeat that. And thou shalt make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. See, you do stuff in your mind. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. And shewing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is. Excuse me. And rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. So, like I said, and we just read from the book of Exodus in the Old Testament, chapter 20, verses 1 through 17. Now let's go to the book of Deuteronomy in the Old Testament. We're going to start with chapter 4, and we're going to read verse 35. So let's go there. We're in the book of Deuteronomy, in the Old Testament, chapter 4, verse 35, and it reads, Unto thee it was shewed that thou mightest know that the Lord, He is God. There is none else beside Him. We just read from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4, verse 35. Now let's read Deuteronomy chapter 4. Verse 39. So we're in the same chapter. Different verse. Verse 39. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Verse 39. And it reads, Know therefore this day, and consider it in thine heart, that the Lord, He is God, in heaven above, and upon the earth beneath. There is none else. So we just read from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4, verse 39. Now we have a reference, and we're going to go there. The book of Joshua, chapter 2, and we're going to read verse number 11. Let's go there. The book of Joshua, chapter 2, verse number 11. And it reads, And as soon as we had heard these things, our hearts did melt, neither did there remain any more courage in any man, because of you. For the Lord your God, He is God, in heaven above and in earth beneath. We just read from the book of Joshua, chapter 2, verse number 11. All right, where we going? Deuteronomy. Next verse we're going to read in the book of Deuteronomy. Go back to Deuteronomy. Chapter 6. Deuteronomy chapter 6. Verse number 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6, verse number 4. Now we have a reference. The first reference we're going to go to is in the New Testament, 1 Corinthians, chapter 8, verse number 4, as well as verse number 6. So let's go there. 1 Corinthians in the New Testament, chapter 8. Going to read verse number 4 first. And it reads, as concerning therefore the eating of those things that are offered in sacrifice unto idols, we know that an idol is nothing in the world, and that there is none other God but one. Now they have some references here. I haven't read one. Isaiah 41:24, and what we just read, the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4, verse 39. Okay. Now we in the same. We still in 1 Corinthians, chapter 8. We just read verse number 4. Now we're gonna read verse number 6. And it reads, but to us there is but one God, the Father, of whom are all things, and we in him, and one Lord Jesus Christ, by whom are all things, and we by him. We just read 1 Corinthians chapter 8, verse number 6. Now, let's go back to the Old Testament. Deuteronomy, chapter 32. And we're going to read verses 39 through 43. In the book of Deuteronomy. Okay, so we in Deuteronomy, chapter 32, verses 39 through 43, and it reads, see now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive, I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven. I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. If I whip my glittering sword and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies and will reward them that hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that with the blood of the slain and of the captives, from the beginning of revenges upon the enemy. Rejoice, O ye nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful unto his land and to his people. then some of these references, like Romans 15:10, Revelation 19:2, and Psalm 85:1. And so I just read Deuteronomy chapter 32, verses 39 through 43. Now, prehistoric religion. Now we're going to deal with this artificial intelligence overview. Prehistoric religions encompass the unwritten, nature-focused belief systems of Stone Age and Iron Age peoples. Without written text, our understanding is based on archaeological evidence like burials, cave paintings, and megalithic monuments. These early systems were heavily shaped by the natural environment. Key characteristics: animism, the belief that all elements of the natural world, including animals, plants, rivers, and even the weather, possess a spirit, consciousness, or intentionality. Shamanism. Widespread evidence points to early religious specialists, shamans, who entered trances to communicate with the spirit world, often seeking healing, guidance, or successful hunts. Ancestor veneration, especially prominent as societies transition from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled agriculturalists. The living maintained strong spiritual ties to the dead, often burying ancestors within or near their homes. Fertility and creation. Statues of exaggerated female forms, such as the famous Venus figurines, suggest early worship centered around human reproduction, cycles of nature, and earth-based creation. Major sites and evidence: cave art, spectacular paintings found in caves like Lascaux in France, and Altamira in Spain feature deeply stylized animal figures and human-animal hybrids. These difficult to reach underground spaces may have served as primitive temples or thresholds to the spirit realm. Megalithic monuments, massive stone structures, most notably Stonehenge in the UK, reveal a strong religious and astronomical connection. Such monuments were likely used as ceremonial spaces, burial grounds, and to track sacred calendars aligned with the summer solstice. Ritual burials. Archaeological digs. across Eurasia reveal intentional human burials. Dating back tens of thousands of years, the inclusion of grave goods and red ochre implies a developing belief in an afterlife and an understanding of the soul. Because oral tradition and indigenous folklore heavily characterize prehistoric worldviews, many aspects of these ancient belief systems remain highly speculative, deeply tied to humanity's early ecological and social survival. Now we're going to go over here to Wikipedia. We're going to read a few things. Not a whole lot. All right. Prehistoric religion is the religious practice of prehistoric cultures. Prehistory, the period before written records, accounts for the bulk of human experience. Over 99% of it occurred during the Paleolithic period alone. Prehistoric cultures spanned the globe and existed for over 2.5 million years. Their religious practices were many and varied, and studying them is difficult due to the lack of written records detailing their faiths. The cognitive capacity for religion likely first emerged in Homo sapiens sapiens, or anatomically modern humans, although some scholars posit the existence of Neanderthal religion and sparse evidence exists for earlier ritual practice. Excluding sparse and controversial evidence in the Middle Paleolithic, around 300,000 to 50,000 years ago, religion emerged with certainty in the Upper Paleolithic, around 50,000 years ago. Upper Paleolithic religion was possibly shamanic. Centered on the phenomenon of spatial spiritual leaders. Entering trance states to receive esoteric knowledge. These practices are extrapolated from the rich and complex body of art left by Paleolithic artists, particularly the elaborate cave art and enigmatic Venus figurines they produced. Now, the Neolithic Revolution, which established agriculture as the dominant way of life, occurred around 12,000 BC and ushered in the Neolithic. Neolithic society grew hierarchical and inegalitarian compared to its Paleolithic forebears, and their religious practices likely changed to suit. Neolithic religion may have become more structural and centralized than in the Paleolithic, and possibly engaged in ancestor worship, both of one's individual ancestors and of the ancestors of entire groups, tribes, and settlements. A well-known feature of Neolithic religion is the stone circles in the British Isles and Brittany, of which the most prominent today is Stonehenge, a particularly notable feature of late Neolithic through Chalcolithic religion is Proto-Indo-European mythology. The religion of the Proto-Indo-Europeans. The Proto-Indo-Europeans spoke the Proto-Indo-European language, which has been partially reconstructed through shared religious elements between early Indo-European language speakers. Now, the Bronze Age and Iron Age religions are understood in part through archaeological records, but also more so than in the Paleolithic and Neolithic. Through written records, some societies had writing in these ages and were able to describe those they did not. These areas of prehistoric religion are the focus of modern reconstructionists, with many variants of modern pagan religions based on the pre-Christian practices of proto-historic Bronze and Age societies. Now, African traditional religion. Now we're reading from the Artificial Intelligence Overview. Traditional African religions are the indigenous spiritual and ethical systems practiced across the African continent. Deeply integrated into daily life, they share a core characteristic like belief in a supreme creator, the veneration of ancestors, animism, and a holistic worldview that seeks harmony with nature and the cosmos. Now, the core beliefs and worldview. Supreme being. Most traditions acknowledge a singular supreme creator. Supreme creator God, who is the source of all life. Because this creator is often viewed as transcendent and remote. Transcendent and remote. Prayers and sacrifices are usually directed to lower divinities, ancestors, and spirits. Ancestors are not worshipped, but highly revered. They act as intermediaries between the human and spiritual worlds, maintaining a connection. Connection with living relatives and serving as guardians of family affairs and moral honor. Animism, a widespread understanding that all elements of nature such as rivers, trees, animals, and the earth itself possess a spiritual essence, interconnectedness. Unlike many anthropocentric views, traditional African belief systems consider humanity as an intrinsic part of nature rather than superior to it. Now you have key traditions and practices. Okay, oral traditions, because traditional African religions are passed down orally rather than through written scriptures. Myths, prayers, and taboos are preserved by elders, priests, diviners, and healers. Ritual life. Rituals, including rites of passage, maintaining ceremony, naming ceremonies, initiation into adulthood, and marriage, are predominantly are performed are performed to honor ancestors, celebrate life stages, and channel cosmic forces for community well-being. And community focus, there is a heavy emphasis on communal well-being over strict individualism. Morality and ethical conduct are judged based on how one's actions affect the broader community and uphold customs. Major systems. While there are hundreds of distinct ethnic groups and variations, some of the most well-known traditional religious systems include Yoruba religion, West Africa, features a highly complex cosmology revolving around a pantheon of deities known as orishas that serve as intermediaries between the supreme God, Olodumare, and humanity. Bantu mythology, Central, Southern, and Eastern Africa. A vast network of traditions that strongly emphasizes the power of ancestors and works. Achaean religion, West Africa, focuses on the supreme creator, Inyami, or Onyankopon, and the importance of ancestral. Ancestral stools and lineage. The modern context. While the majority of Africa's identity as Christian or Muslim today, traditional spiritual beliefs and practices remain highly influential. It is common for individuals to integrate traditional practices into their Abrahamic faith, or to consult traditional healers and diviners to solve social or personal progress. Okay, so there's African traditional religion. Let me click on traditional African religion. Traditional African religions are the indigenous spiritual and ethical systems practiced across the African continent, deeply integrated into daily life. They share core characteristics like belief in a supreme creator, the veneration of ancestors, animism, and a holistic worldview that seeks harmony with nature and the cosmos. Now you got a core beliefs and worldview. Supreme being. Most traditions acknowledge a singular supreme creator God who is the source of all life, because the creator is often viewed as transcendent and remote. Transcendent and remote prayers and sacrifices are usually directed to lower divinities. Ancestors and spirits. Ancestors are not worshipped but highly revered. They act as intermediaries between the human and spiritual worlds, maintaining a connection with living relatives and serving as guardians of family affairs and moral order. Animism. A widespread understanding that all elements of nature, such as rivers, trees, animals, and the earth itself, possess a spiritual essence. Interconnectedness. Unlike many anthropocentric views, traditional African belief systems consider humanity as an intrinsic part of nature rather than superior to it. All right? You have key traditions and practices. Oral tradition. Because traditional African religions are passed down orally rather than through written scriptures, myths, prayers, and taboos, are preserved by elders, priests, diviners. Ritual life. Rituals, including rites of passage, marriage ceremonies, inflation into adulthood, marriage, are performed to honor ancestors, celebrate life stages, and channel cosmic forces for community well-being. Now, you have community focus. There is a heavy emphasis on communal well-being over strict individualism. Morality and ethical conduct are judged based on how one's actions affect the broader community and uphold customs. Major systems. While there are hundreds of distinct ethnic groups and variations, some of the most well-known traditional religious systems include Yoruba religion, West Africa, features a highly complex cosmology revolving around a pantheon of deities known as orishas that serve as a deities known as orishas that serve as intermediary between the supreme god, Olodumare, and humanity. Bantu mythology, Central, Southern, and Eastern Africa. A vast network of traditions that strongly emphasize the power of ancestors and spirits. With an overarching focus on life force. Akan religion, West Africa, focused on the supreme creator. The supreme creator, Inyami, or Oyen Kopun. And the importance of ancestral tools and management and lineage, From a modern context, while the majority of Africans identify as Christians or Muslims today, traditional spiritual beliefs in Yoruba While the majority of Africans identify as Christian or Muslim today, traditional spiritual beliefs and practices remain highly influential. It is common for individuals to integrate traditional practices into their Abrahamic faiths or to casual traditional values and shepherds. Traditional healers or to consult traditional healers and diviners to solve social or political and so solve social and personal problems, showcasing a deep, ongoing reverence for African Ancient African religions encompass a diverse, holistic network of indigenous spiritual systems developed across the continent. Rather than monolithic, they are highly localized and traditionally feature a supreme creator god, a pantheon of lesser divinities, animistic worldviews, and profound veneration of ancestors. These diverse spiritual traditions the supreme creator. Most systems recognize a single all-powerful creator because the creator is often seen as distant from daily human affairs. Worshippers primarily direct prayers and offerings to secondary divinities and nature's spirits. Animism, a widespread belief that all things in nature, trees, rivers, mountains, animals, possess a spiritual essence. Ancestor veneration. Ancestors are viewed as active guardians ancestor veneration. Ancestors are viewed as active guardians of the moral order and act as intermediary between the human and divine realms. They are regularly honored through rites and offerings. Holistic society. Indigenous religions are deeply woven into daily life, politics, and culture. Spiritual leaders such as diviners, rainmakers, possess a spiritual essence. Everything is interconnected. Ancestor veneration. Ancestors are viewed as active guardians of the moral soil, the moral order, and act as intermediaries between the human and indigenous, holistic society. Indigenous holistic society. Holistic society. Indigenous religions are deeply woven into daily life, politics, and culture. Spiritual leaders such as diviners, rainmakers, and healers play vital roles in community health and decision making. Prominent examples of these ancient and surviving traditions include the Yoruba religion, originating in West Africa, present-day Nigeria, and Benin. It features a complex pantheon of deities known as Orishas, which later evolved into diaspora traditions like Santeria and Candomblé. Ancient Egyptian religion, known as Kemetism. It is one of the oldest known religious systems, focusing on the divine order, Ma, the afterlife, and gods like Ra, Osiris, and Isis. The Zulu religion, centered in South Africa, it honors a supreme creator called Uncle Lunkulu, and emphasizes the Dogon religion, centered in Mali. It is famous for its intricate Genesis stories involving the Nomo, primordial spiritual beings, and advanced astronomical knowledge. Understanding these traditions involves studying oral histories, archaeological finds, and cultural artifacts, rather than relying solely on written scriptures. Would you like to? Oh, okay. Animism is the worldview to all things in nature, including non-human organisms, geographical features, and inanimate objects possess a spiritual essence, soul, or conscious agency. Rather than an organized religion, it is a foundational perspective deeply rocked deeply rooted in indigenous cultures, emphasizing interconnectedness and reciprocal relationships with the environment. Core concept: universal personhood, the fundamental belief that the world is full of persons. Only some of them rational ethics. Because all of nature is alive and possesses a spirit, animism often promotes an ethic of respect, reciprocity. And careful earthly events such as a bountiful harvest or a natural disaster are often understood as having spiritual causes, necessitating rituals, custom, and offerings to maintain balance. Historical and academic context. Tyler's old animism. The term comes from the Latin word anima, which means breath or soul, and was popularized in 1871 by anthropologist Earl Tyler originally viewed it the new animism. In the late 20th and 21st centuries, contemporary anthropologists and scholars redefined animism to challenge colonialist perspectives, focusing instead on indigenous models of related models of relational personhood, deep personal connection. Then you have broader variation, paganism, and modern spirituality. Many contemporary pagan traditions and modern earth-centered spiritual paths incorporate animistic concepts, though not all animists identify as pagan. Child development. In developmental psychology, animism, paganism, modern many contemporary pagan traditions and modern earth-centered spiritual paths incorporate animistic concepts, though not all animists identify as pagan. Okay. Child development. In developmental psychology, animism refers to a stage in young children identified by Jean Piaget where they believe that inanimate objects such as tops have lifelike quantities have lifelike qualities and intentions. And so, we'll continue to talk about prehistoric religion, ancient African religion, traditional African religion, indefinitely. Indefinitely. It's not a subject that you can just, condense into one little, and then, you can, no. One thing we're going to remember is the branches of science. You have formal science, you have natural sciences, which is physical and life sciences. Then you have your social sciences, behavioral, cognitive, and applied. Your formal sciences, logic, mathematics, like I said, the formal science is logic, mathematics, statistics, system science, data science, information theory, computer science, and cryptography. Those are your formal sciences. Now you have natural science or empirical science divided into two main branches, life science and physical science. Life science is alternatively known as biology, and physical science is subdivided into physics, astronomy, earth science, and chemistry. You have time, you have deep time, space time. The origin of life, abiogenesis. History of life, the origin of life. Now you have the history of life, human evolution, and timeline of human evolution. Okay, let me scroll here. Now I was looking at something, before I end today's video. I was looking at something, Now this coming week, it's gonna be the 4th of July. Know what I'm saying? This coming, weekend. The 4th of July gonna be on Saturday, and they've been talking about this 250-year celebration of the United States being a nation, for 250 years, and so. Hope and pray that any and everybody, have a happy 4th of July, And so, no, like I said, I was looking at something in my tablet, and No, well, I was sitting. I'm not sitting here not saying anything. I was watching Sam cooking the Soul Stirrers, and I was hearing, the music in my ear, being that it was Father's Day, and I know my parents, my mother, my father, they were always listen, to Sam Cooke and the Soul Stirrers. Soul Stirrers, Sam Cooke and the Soul Stirrers, as well as when Sam Cooke even went on to his, recording other music besides just gospel. Because the Highway QCs, Sam Cooke got his start with the Highway QCs, and then from the Highway QCs, he went to the Soul Stirrers, where Lou Rawls was a friend of Sam Cooke in Chicago. But Sam Cooke and his family moved from Mississippi to Chicago, and so like I said, Lou Rawls was a friend of Sam Cooke. When Sam Cooke left the Highway QC, they had to have somebody to fill that void, and his friend Lou Rawls stepped in and took his place. And then later on, Johnny Taylor also sang with the Soul Stirrers. And so, like I said, I was looking at YouTube video, Sam Cooke and the Soul Stirrers. I was trying to remind myself. But like I said, I wasn't sitting here not saying anything because being that it was Father Day, like I said, So like I said, my mother and father, they listened to Sam Cooke and the Soul Stirrer. As well, you know, like Aretha Franklin when she was singing gospel songs with her father, Mr. Franklin, you know, and then Aretha went out to Los Angeles with James Cleveland, you know, Reverend James Cleveland, and was singing at the church over there. And so like I said, you know, mom and dad, you know, they listened to a lot of gospel, you know, but like I said, the Soul Stirrer and Sam Cooke, you know, and being that it was Father's Day as well as Mother's Day and things, just makes them, you know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I am standing on the Jordan, gazing across like storms and tides. There I rest my head, their burdens, your doubts and fears subside. Oh yes, I can hear the angels singing. I can see them around the throne. I can see, I hear the saints child, oh, singing, hallelujah, hallelujah now. Oh yes, am I how far am I from Canaan? Tell how far am I from Canaan? Well, the angels singing and talking, glinging and glory. Am I from Canaan? Trouble's over, Lord, up there, and shout, trouble's over. Well, the angels singing and talking, ringing and glory. All that far am I from Canaan? Up there, I see my mother. Up there, I meet my mother. Ringing in glory. Am I from Canaan? Will I get on home? I'm going well. I want to know how far am I from Canaan? Whoa, there was a woman in the Bible days. She had been sick so very long. But she heard about Jesus was passed by. So she joined the gathering throng. And while she was pushing her way through, someone asked her, "What are you trying to do?" She said, "If I could just touch the hem of her garment, I know I'll be made whole." She cried, "Oh, oh, if I could just touch the hem of her garment, I know I'll be made whole." She spent her money here and there until she had no more to spare. The doctors, they done all they could, but their medicine would do no good. But she touched him, the Savior didn't see, but still he turned around and cried, "Somebody touch me." She said, "It was I who just want to touch the hem of the garment. I know I'll be made whole right now." She stood there crying, "Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa." Said, "If I could just touch the hem of the garment, I know I'll be made whole right now." Well, no, I'm so glad. Well, no, I'm so glad. Trouble don't last always. Wow, I'm so glad. Last always. I'm so glad, Lord. Don't last always. Run, Satan, run. Run, Satan, run. For a hiding place. Run, Satan, run. Run, Satan, run. Find you a hiding place. Run, Satan, run. Hiding place. Oh, my Lord. Well, I'm so glad, Lord, trouble don't last always. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Don't last always. Oh, my Lord. You can tell me now. I do love it. So I mean, you promised me, Lord. Promise me, Lord. You're safe now. Promise me. Beside me. I got religion in time. I religion in religion, Lord, in time. Oh, my Lord. Well, one morning, soon one morning, you know, when death come creeping in my room. Oh, now, no. One morning, when death come creeping in my room. Oh boy, I'm feeling a whole lot better. Feeling a whole lot better now, boy. I done got all pumped up. Now. Feeling a little hoarse, feeling a little hoarse. I didn't take my the stuff that clear your congestion. I get all congested, and I honestly forgot to take it, so, but I'm a little, congested and a little, I ain't hoarse, but I'm a little congested. All that congestion, but I'm feeling a whole lot better. I'm a whole pumped up now. I got pumped up now. I think Sam cooking the soul stirrer got me pumped up now. I'm ready to get a drink of water, get a bottle of water, and ready to sit up and ready to sing. But woo boy, start hearing that doom. Cause that's one of them songs the soul stirrer add their instruments. They add them instruments in on. I'm hearing all this doom. Soon one morning, I done got pumped up now. Shoot, boy, I done got pumped up now, boy. But that's a good thing. Like I said, got it, congestion and stuff, But still, though, when I hear that Sam cooking the souls, I grew, in this household, I grew up, that was something that was pretty common, what I'm saying. My mom and dad, church going people, and this household, in this house we're gonna serve the Lord, So, hey, I ain't, I respect my mom and dad and love them for that, believing in Jesus Christ, and believing in this Bible. My grandmama, granddad, had that, they had that, like that foundation, because no matter where you go in life, carry God with you, carry God with you everywhere you go. Everywhere you go, carry God with you. You might have been fornicating, might have been adultery, you might have been, goddamn it, committing murder, goddamn it, But carry God with you, carry God with you, no matter where, everywhere you go, carry God with you, because God, He all knowing, He all powerful, He all present. So, hey, but like I said, that's the right thing to do. There is one God, one God, one God. You're gonna stand on that. You're gonna stand on it. I'm telling you, man. And I want, before I end today's video, because that's very serious. People make choices and decisions about what they believe, what they have faith in. And so, like I said, I believe there's one God. I have faith in it, And a lot of people, like Rabbi Akiva, that's an example. Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, together with Saint Ignatius, they believe in one God, one God. Look at all the people that were martyred. Look at all the people that fought against the polytheists. For example, the Jews fought against the polytheists. They continue to stand for one God. Even today, one God. The Catholic Church, all the Catholic churches. Catholic, Roman Catholic, right? The Eastern churches, the Oriental Orthodox Church, one God, one. All Catholic churches, one God, one. And all that nonsense you talking about, some syncretizing. See, that's the reason why we did our review on dualism and cosmology. Did our review. No, you can't syncretize. See, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. No, you ain't finna be coming up here. You're going to be over at the Catholic Church talking about some damn Wicca. Come on now. No, man. No. And then talking about some male and female gods, and talking about the malevolent and the benevolent and the malevolent. No. Absolutely not. You is not finna be no, you is not finna be over there in Rome. Hell no. Talking about no syncretized. Absolutely. Just refer back to your history and see what the Catholic Church done to what's his name? Zwingli. The one that got burned at the stake. No. And he ain't the only one. He not the only one. No, they had to make a example out of. No, he wasn't the only one. Talking about being a heretic. No. Shoot. But like I said, man, no, you can't syncretize, no. And then, just to mention it, see, when we were talking about African traditional religion, traditional African religion, see, a lot of people, mainly the Niger Congo, and for example, the Niger Congo. Now you got all this Islam stuff, like Northwest Africa, what they refer to West Africa, but like Northern Western Africa, because it's northern, in like right below the Saharan Desert, but then it's Western from Nigeria all the way across to Senegal, and, Senegambia, it's Islam, predominant, but a lot of people are converting. A lot of people are converting to be a Catholic. Now, when you go below Nigeria, you starting to get it's a lot of Catholic, majority. Go below, but let me say this about Nigeria. Nigeria has a large population, and you got a lot of Catholic as well as Protestant in Nigeria, and all that Islam stuff. In the millions of Catholics in Nigeria. When you talk about the population of Nigeria, let me bring it up here. Let me bring it up. Let me go here. It said now, according to the United Nations, Nigeria. This is back in 2000. Now this is 2021. This is 2021, and so this being 2026, now it ain't gonna be too much of a growth, too much of a difference in the number. But we talking about over 200 million, like 213 million then, so 213 million in Nigeria. 213 million people in Nigeria. That's in 2021. Now, let's see here. A lot of people have converted. See, it's just like Yarubas and Igbo and all that. A lot of people have converted to be Christians. And like it says here, Yoruba people are predominantly, the Yoruba are predominantly Christian. Now you have some Muslim minority, and then you got a lot of Protestant and locally cultivated Christianity, like in your western areas. And then while the Catholicism is a more prominent Christian feature of southeastern Nigeria, both Roman Catholic Catholicism and Protestantism. And so and then so like the Igbo, they predominate in the east, in the Ibibio, they in the south. They 99% Christian. And then you got a lot of, you still got people practicing traditional religions in Nigeria. And then you got a lot of people that are just Christians, man. So when it comes down to it, and so like I said, and so it's pretty much like when you look at Nigeria, it's like the closer you get to the north, like northwest and northeast, it's like this Islam stuff. But then when you get like south, it's predominantly Christian, and a little bit in the middle. So and you go by state, and that's where it look. It's like most of the people in the northern parts of the, because you got all that Fulani, and you have to remember the Fulani, they Muslims. I mean, all the way from, it's Fulani all the way over from Senegambia all the way across, Fulanis. Well, they not the Congo, but I mean, they Muslim, they Muslim, Fulani. I don't think none of the Fulani gonna be a Catholic or whatever, but they Niger Congo, but I mean, they Muslims, like the Fulani, they Muslims. But like I said, when it comes to Nigeria, it's a lot of Catholics, and then you got a lot of Protestants too. So then when you come further, when you go past Nigeria further south, you start becoming more and more Catholic. I mean, everywhere, Uganda, Kenya, Congo, I know in the Congo, Catholic. And then further you go, Angola, Mozambique, Catholic. All the way down to South Africa, gonna be Catholic, predominantly Catholic. So, but like I say, in these countries that you call like Nigeria and Benin, it's a lot of Catholics. It's a lot of Catholics and Protestants too. But in these like West African nations that you consider, it's a lot of people converting from Islam to be Catholic. And this soul, Sam Cooke soul story got me pumped up now. Got me pumped up now. I want to keep on singing. So I need, the congestion might be, but man, I want to keep on singing. I really want to get up now. So it got me pumped up. But being that it was, Father's Day last week, I was intending, last week before I got cut off by the, cut me off on the storm and everything. The storm came through there and cut me off. But being that it was Father's Day, I had to get one in. 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 Right. But hold on. But like I say, before I had to get one in, man. But being that it was Father's Day last week, I still had to get my little joke in. You know what I'm saying? But because this is my damn show. This is my damn show. This is my damn show. And got a special guest on today's show. Now, her mama brought her on the damn show. Talking about she wanted to do a DNA test. Trying to find out who her father is. And I'm sitting here, all kind of ruckus and stuff. And, I told her damn ass, I ain't doing no damn deal. Oh boy, she done brought all these damn niggas on here. Talking about on my show. Talking about doing a DNA test trying to find out who the daddy is now. I told her I ain't doing no damn deal. Come on my damn show. But she brought this girl. Oh boy. Oh. And so in a little baby carriage. And now she done went back and looked and seen the tape. So now she wants to bring her mama on the show. And being that it's Father's Day, she wants to know who her daddy is. And so I told her damn mama, I'm not doing no DNA test. Then they jump me in there. Then they jump me on my damn show. This is my damn show. This is my damn show. And then they jump me. So I'm gonna do this damn DNA test. And now they telling me this is my girl. I don't know what her damn mama problem is. But you know, I had to get one in. I ain't gonna go too. I had to get one in. What time is it? Yeah. But like I said, I tried to do my video last week and everything, and you know, sometimes you know the weather do that. Sometimes things like that happen. The congestion. Sometimes you don't want to let go. Even when you drink water, they don't want to let go. Excuse me. Even when you drink water, they don't want to let go. And so, like I said, you know, last week, storm and everything came, knocked the power out for a few minutes. If I ain't mistaken, I had to get things straightened up around here. But the power eventually came back on, you know. But it was because of the storm and everything, you know. But, you know, pretty good weather, you know, this week, right now. And so like we said, like we know, this coming weekend, I'm pretty sure the festivities are gonna start already. You know, getting ready. People gonna start traveling probably Thursday. So you know, I just hope and pray that any and everybody have a safe and happy 4th of July celebration. You know, enjoy themselves, but try to be safe. Think about your safety first when you're traveling, and you know, don't be doing none of that drinking and driving, or just don't be getting abusing alcohol and drugs and stuff like that, and using alcohol and drugs. You know, I'm not an alcohol drinker. I most certainly don't use no drugs. But I'll be one to say this. I be happy, but I don't drink and I don't do no drugs. Period. But I'm gonna tell you this. I be happy, just like I was singing Sam Cooke and the Soul Stir. Man, I be high on singing gospel. You know, I get high that way. I'm telling you, I get high that way. Sometimes I be in the house, I get a YouTube video and I be singing right along with Sam in the Soul Stir. I'm part of the group. Well, you know what I'm saying? I'm part of the group. Singing right along with him. He's part of the group, boy. He's one of the Soul Stirrers. Boy. But you know, like I said, man, I be feeling pretty good though. You know, behind, you know. So I feel like that's a good thing to say. I'm quite sure I'm not the only one to say that, man. I feel like that's a good thing to say. That if I'm gonna get high, I get high singing me some gospel or reading my Bible or whatever. You know, that's a good thing to say. You know, I don't think nobody need no alcohol, no drugs to feel good. You know what I'm saying? you know, to feel good. You know, I don't need that mess. I don't need it. You know. But I got a few minutes, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna let it be, you know, about 10 more minutes. It'll be 4 hours. But like I said, for that minute there, it wasn't that I was looking at the tablet. You know, when I was saying, no, what it was, I was looking at the tablet, and I was looking at the YouTube video. So, you know, want to make up, you know, for Father's Day and everything, you know, because like I said, my mom and dad, a lot of time when I was growing up, Sam Cooke and the Soul Stir was, you know, it was like a regular thing, you know. In this, excuse me, in our house, you know, as well as other other gospel things like that. But that was one, the Sam Cooke and the Soul Stirrer were very popular. The Soul Stirrers themselves, Soul Stirrer. And then Sam Cooke became part of it. It became even more popular. Then the Kroon brothers, when Lou Rawls, before the Kroon brothers, Lou Rawls was singing with the Soul Stirrer, then Johnny Taylor, but then we know when Sam Cooke got his record, record SAR Records, the Kroon brothers, because they had been singing and so, but then, they was singing. So, they've just been popular, like I said, so in this household, man, that was a pretty regular thing, just like going to church. It was a pretty regular thing, Sure. And then, I'm glad, I'm gonna say it before I end today's video. I'm glad I, look, one God, and then see, when Rabbi Akiva, that was during the first century. When Saint Irenaeus, was making adversus heresies, it was during the first century. See, this Nazi stuff, it came, so see, this is the point I make. That Nazi stuff ain't been tolerated. As soon as it came out, you see Rabbi Akiva, he was there during the first century, as well as other rabbis. Rabbi Akiva made it clear about that Grecian philosophy and being the Jewish community being entangled with that Grecian philosophy and that's Gnosticism. He made it clear. And it's a historical record. Just like when Rabbi Akiva, when he died, it's a historical fact that this man said one God, then he died. His lab brother, the man was being tortured. They were trying to make this man stop teaching the Torah. This man was being tortured by the Romans, by these polytheists. Before he died, Rabbi Akiva said, one God, then died. It's a historical fact. That's the reason why we're talking about it today. Because it's a historical fact. This is not no legend. This is in the historical record that this man was being tortured. He was a prisoner. He was being held. He was a prisoner. And they was torturing this man because he wouldn't stop teaching the Torah. And before he died, he said, one God. And then he died. Saint Irenaeus and Saint Ignatius, they were martyred by the polytheists. Before he died, both of those men, before they died, they had left literature. Saint Ignatius, on his way traveling, wrote 7 epistles wrote 7 epistles before he was martyred. Saint Irenaeus wrote at Versus Araces, which was against Gnosticism as well as other heretics before he was martyred. And this was in the 1st century. Here it is, 2026. And some stupid fool today had the nerve to try to talk about some Nehemiah library. See, this is really why I did my review. I want to make sure that in my video, I make sure I did my review of that dualism and cosmology. Because see, dualism is two gods. That syncretizing, you can't do that. It's just like trying to talking about a monk, trying to say that the monotheist is syncretized with the polytheist. No, absolutely not. No. You're talking about some dualism in cosmology? Two? No. No syncretizing. Talking about some bitheism? No. Talking about one God male and the other one female? And then talking about ditheism, rivalry, and opposition? No. What syncretizing you talking about? There's nothing in common. They don't have nothing to do with each other. Nothing. You can't syncretize. The Old Testament is the basis of the New Testament. When I read those scriptures, it's one God. One God. Starting in the Old Testament. Because when you go to the New Testament is based on the Old Testament. We wouldn't be sitting here talking about Jesus if it weren't for the Old Testament. Because all those prophecies in the Old Testament, myself as well as others, we believe, we have faith that the Messiah has come. Not only come, but fulfill the prophecy of being crucified. That's a prophecy. Rose on the 3rd day. That's a prophecy. And rose to glory. And still sitting on the right hand of God today. That's a prophecy. We, myself as well as others, we believe and we have faith. None against Jews. Because one thing about the Jew, he gonna still say one God, despite the fact he don't believe that the Messiah has come. But the Jew gonna always say it's one God, one God. Now what the Jew gonna say? One God. See, ain't no syncretizing. Not when, and then when it comes to the people that Niger Congo, see, what you talking about syncretizing, see, all that Catholicism, more and more people becoming Catholics in these Muslim countries. See, you can't syncretize. You can't lie, because all you lying. And then all that stuff about that dualism and talking about the material world, you have to expose these people for what they doing. Hey, all that stuff you trying to do, that anal sex, I'm just going to say, hey, you ain't fooling nobody. That's what I'm telling you. You trying to have anal sex. Talking about the material world. You trying to have anal sex with a man. When it comes to the women, see, this is what you're doing. The women don't want to accept no man trying to have anal sex with them. And then talking about, see, this is what I don't like about being violent. See, you try to force. You try to force the white woman through violence. That's what you do. That's what the white man did. That's what the white man did, and that's what the white man be doing. You use force, violence. To promote anal sex. That's what you're doing. Promoting anal sex. Anal sex. A man having anal sex with a man. A man having anal sex with the women. And with a woman. And doing something crazy. Doing some ignorant stuff with the damn farm animal. The material world even. See, I want you to make sure you don't forget. See, when you try to criticize, I want you to remember the material world evil. When you lie, the material world evil. See, in and everything, the material world evil. That's the excuse they use. They'll do any and every damn thing. Not just anal sex. But you know, this is what we try, you know, this is what I've been showing you. They try to push and promote it. See, when you see all this YouTube video, this YouPorn and Pornhub, oh yeah, they be trying to, you know, all this, they be trying to push anal sex. Yeah, they do. You see a white man having anal sex with a white woman. They trying to push that stuff. And I push back. I push back, goddamn it. You ain't gonna influence me. No. Hell to the no. No. Talking about a man walking around putting lipstick on and walking around with a wig on. And all, you know, with might, you know, acting like they a woman and all. Man, you gotta prove it. Prove it. Prove that. You gotta prove that shit. Nah, you gotta prove that. They're talking about a woman. You know what they call a woman? A stud. I get, you know, supposedly a man acting like a man. What they call him? A stud. Man, prove it. Prove it. Prove it. He ain't gonna prove nothing. He ain't gonna prove nothing, man. Shit. Sure. You don't prove nothing. Sure. I said, prove it, man. You gotta prove that shit, man. You gotta prove that. Talking about a woman trying to change her voice. Trying to change her voice and wearing blue jeans and boots and then got a haircut and doing looking like a man, you know. Whatever the men look like in the neighborhood, that's what she look like. and they call him a stud. Prove it. Shit. But what time is it? Yeah, it's 4 hours. on my video today. 4 hours. So I'm finna get ready to end today's video. And I'm gonna come back on my next video, man. We gonna be on one God. First of all, that's the point I've been making all the time. Is one God. We're gonna continue to talk about prehistoric religion, African, traditional religion, traditional African religion, ancient African religion, animism, shamanism, the branches of science. Because you can't have science without math. You can't have, and math is a must for science. They both hand in hand go together. Math and science go together. So come back on my next video, because next weekend, this coming weekend gonna be the 4th of July weekend. So we'll come back on my next video. We're gonna pick up right where we left off. I gotta get back on this geological time scale too. But I want to make sure we don't forget, when you talk about prehistoric religion, the big thing is cognition. Cognition. See? And then, the thing about the Paleolithic and the Neolithic, before the Paleolithic, you had like this long period of time before you even got to the point where, human beings went to another stage in development. So it was like a long period, like it said, like 99.9%. The bulk of human history was before you can even write. There was a lot of history. And so, we'll come back and we're going and address that. Like I said, I gotta get back on the geological time scale, gotta get back on time and things of this nature. So I'm gonna come back on my next video and pick up on those things, and then before I leave, while it's on my mind about one God and dualism and cosmology. See, it's important. See, another reason why I want to make sure and get that clear. I'm glad we got access to the internet and all that. Why? Because this damn gang shit and people did things that was wrong because they ain't know what they was talking about. And so like the vice lords and the Black Prince Stones and the Black Disciples and the Mickey Cobras and then you had all this black gangsters. Then came that damn new breed shit. See, that's the reason why I do the things I do. See, it's one God. One God. Hell, Rabbi Akiva was being tortured. This is a historical fact. This man was being tortured. They did not want this man to teach the Torah. This man was being tortured. Before this man died, this man recited the prayer, the Shema Yisrael. O Israel, Yahweh is one. Is one God. then he died. Well, see, when they found that Nehemiah library, that Gnostic text, they had already found some Gnostic texts at different times, like the Anshu Codex, the Berlin Codex, and the Bruce Codex. They had already found those like in the 1700s, 1800s. They found this damn Nehemiah library, 1945. See, dualism in cosmology, just like theistic dualism. God in the universe, God in creation. Well, see, when you read the Bible, no. So you read the Bible, God told you, I created the heaven and the earth. That's what the Bible tells you. The Bible tells you in Genesis chapter 1, verse number 1. God said, I created the heaven and the earth. I ain't had no partner. I ain't had no help. But see, Evan Pepperlo Perry, a real man, a true brother. That bitch ass Larry, what's his name? Larry who? That's a sorry, nothing ass nigga. They gonna kill that nigga. See, I've been sitting here the whole time, making sure that niggas don't get away just like him with the lie you been telling. See, some of them niggas went out there to California, out there to Los Angeles. Now they got all this stupid ass Crip gang, blood gang shit. But see, it was the same thing. The same damn thing. The Nehemiah library. See, you bitches didn't know what you was talking about. You didn't know what you was talking about. Dualism in cosmology. Two gods. And talking about some syncretized, you bitches didn't know what you was talking about. You ain't know what you was talking about. You can't syncretize no monotheism and then talking about no dualism and cosmology. You can't syncretize. No. Because I'm going to give you a straight up example. If it was going to be some syncretized, what the fuck was they doing torturing Rabbi Akiva? Telling him to not teach Torah. Well, if you're going to syncretize, goddamn, what the fuck you doing torturing this man? And see, when St. Irene's, and then another thing. See, when you talking about some Gnostic shit, see, there was St. Irene's was refuting these damn heretics. And that's the same thing St. Rabbi Akiva and the rabbis did. They was saying the same thing about these damn heretics trying to teach Gnostic. And Rabbi Akiva told you, I don't want this damn mess to be entangled in the Jewish community with this Grecian philosophy, having to deal with your surroundings, as well as this damn stupid Gnostic mess. See, that syncretizing nonsense, see, you ain't know what you was talking about. So you need to get that damn shit out your head, man. That syncretizing shit. That what got your ass in trouble. See, you listen to people, and people ain't doing them and telling you making a fool so you can have anal sex. Talking about a man having anal sex with a man and having anal sex with a woman and with a woman. Talking about you syncretizing. But that damn nigga, that Larry Hoover nigga, see, that's the reason why I've been sitting there. I never want that damn nigga to get away. When I look at my mom and dad, I don't never want that damn bitch to get away. I want you to kill that fucking nigga. You got to kill that nigga. You got to. He got to die. You got to kill that damn nigga. I don't give a damn where he is. See, you telling me something I be sitting here, I be like, man, I don't know what you're talking about. Because I know damn well, if you walking around, if you had to say something like that, I know goddamn well it's going to be a problem. I know damn well you ain't got no business walking around. You ain't got no business walking around. Hell no. So that tells me that your ass locked up in a cell with steel. Me, I know what to do. I know what to do. You ain't no. You ain't safe. No. No, you got to die. Because you can't just, man, Evan Pepper Perry is a real Evan Pepper Perry a real man. Evan Pepper Perry true. You ain't nobody. You bitches ain't nobody. Talking about secretaries. You ain't no damn body. Just some dumbass niggas. Some dumbass bitches. And them bitches over there on the East Coast, your ass ain't get away. That's what I've been saying all the time. I've been telling you bitch ass all the time. You thought you had got away. That's what I've been saying all the time. You thought you got away. It's the same damn thing. Your dumb ass thought you got away. Talking about some secretizing. Like you smart. You dumbass bitches. And you gonna get the same goddamn thing. Like I've been telling you all the time. I've been sitting here watching you the whole time. You ain't getting away. You ain't getting away. You thought. See, I've been sitting there watching you the whole time. And I knew. You thought. Time. See, got plenty of time. Got plenty of time. Got plenty of time to get you back. Got plenty of time. Payback. Ain't got to be in no hurry. Ain't got to be in no hurry. But I promise, I guarantee you this, goddamn, you gonna know. Payback. Ain't taking nothing off, bitch. Ain't taking nothing. Got plenty of time. Ain't taking nothing. But like I said, man, I know Minister Rico walking around. See, this is the reason why I do the things I do. See, I don't never want Minister Rico to never look at Evan Pepper Perry. I want you to always. See, that's the reason why I talk about Rabbi Akiva. See, I want you to always understand one thing. The foundation. It's just like the Knights of Congo. When you see me sitting here, and when we talk about the Knights of Congo, it's not a question. It's not a question in about what people believe and what people have faith in. See, this is something that all the Knights of Congo don't say. They believe in one God. One God. See, when we talk about all this Islam and all this Christianity stuff, see, it would have never got that far. Because the elders, they've been talking about one God all the time. They've been talking about one God all the time. And still talking about one God. Still talking about one God. They're not talking about no dualism. They ain't talking about two. The Knights of Congo not talking about two. They talking about one. And when you mention syncretism, people got a culture and custom anyway. So whatever the fuck you think syncretizing means, with your body, the human body. Man, people can live their life all day, every day. But it's one thing, is the Knights of Congo, one God. one God, one. So as long as it's something that's similar that we can relate to, because you ain't seeing none of that polytheism. You don't see the polytheists in sub-Saharan Africa. You don't see it in no shape, form, or fashion. You don't see no polytheism. And talking about some dualism in cosmology, you don't see that. You don't see that. See, this is the reason why when I make my video, see, Edwin Pepperlo Perry, for that reason, is a real man, true brother. True brother, man. That man shouldn't have died. He shouldn't have been killed. They murdered that brother. And it wasn't right. That man had the right to live just like anybody else. How is it that the goddamn white people can live, but Edwin Pepperlo Perry can't? How is that? How the fuck you gonna sit up there and talk about some motherfucking white people don't even want you to have the right to drink out of motherfucking water fountain, but you gonna sit here and tell me that you gonna kill Edwin Pepperlo Perry? Now I want to see. I'm gonna put it there. I'm gonna put it there that way. Cause I want some motherfucker to say something out their fucking mouth, and I'm gonna fucking kill you my goddamn self. I'm gonna kill you my damn self. No, I ain't just saying. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Let me hear a motherfucker say something. I'm gonna kill your ass. It's just like I said on one of my previous videos. I'm seeing these YouTube videos. Like I was saying, I mentioned Minister Rico talking about these damn videos, making these videos talking about some Black Diamond and Walter Wheat. See, it wasn't right. See, that man had the right to live. It wasn't right to kill that man. It wasn't right. And see, all this dumbass shit you trying to do is not. See, that's where that shit coming from. And that's what that stupid ass Angelo dude did. And they did what was right to get his ass back. And to throw his ass in the back of a trunk of a car. And to kill his ass. Because it was wrong what he done. It was wrong. It was wrong. When I make my video, I be knowing Minister Rico walking around. I be trying to help him. I want you to always hear. If it's anything that you hear, just like when you talk about the Niger Congo. When you hear me talk about Rabbi Akiva, my mom and dad. When I think about my mom and dad. When I think about my grandmom, my granddad. When you hear me talking about Rabbi Akiva, I'm telling you motherfucking bitches. I'm telling you. It's some shit I don't take. It's what I don't take. That's what I don't take. I don't take that shit. I don't take it. And I ain't got to take it. Oh, nobody. And I ain't gonna take it. That's what I do. That's the reason why I do that. Because I'm telling your motherfucking ass, I ain't gonna take it. I'm not gonna take it. It's gonna be war. It's gonna be goddamn war. That's the reason why I do the things I do. Because I'm telling you, goddamn, I ain't gonna take it. It ain't nothing I'm gonna take. Nothing. You don't say that to me, man. You don't say no shit like that. You ain't talking about no sabotage. No. Don't tell me nothing like that. No. You don't tell me. No. When I hear about that bitch up there in Chicago, that Larry Hoover nigga, like I tell you, I know Mr. Rico walking around. When I leave my video, I be thinking about that. I do things and I say things to make this clear. I don't leave Mr. Rico to be walking around and then you got to take something off no bitch ass nigga. You kill that Larry Hoover. I say this over and over again. You kill that bitch. You kill that nigga. It was wrong. You kill that bitch ass nigga. That one Pepper up here, that's a real man. That's a real man. Evan Pepper up here is a true brother. You kill that Larry Hoover. You get that bitch. You kill his ass. You get up in there, you kill that bitch. You get that nigga. What time is it? Oh, okay. Look, I'm going to get ready to end today's video, man. I'm going to come back on my next video. And I'm going to pick up right by where I left off here, man. Talking about some syncretized. I ain't going to take it, man. Hell no, I ain't going to take it. You don't tell me nothing like that. God damn it. And then here it is. Rabbi Akiva got tortured to death. They tortured this man, man. And then before this man died, this man said, one God. And I'm thinking about all these men and women who used to be, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, used to be polytheists, converted. So, there was a time, there was a whole lot of people converted to be a Jew. There was a time when there was a lot of people, there were people converting to be Jews, to be Jewish. Then when Jesus came along, hey, it was a lot of people who were martyred. But they ain't want to be no polytheists no more. They believed that the Messiah had come and wanted to be saved. They wanted to be saved. They wanted to repent of their sins. They wanted to repent. They wanted to be saved. I'm going to get ready to end today's video again. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county of Sheriff, in the state of Tennessee. Thank my family, my support, for your continued encouragement, support, and continue to pray. I know it's a natural disaster, man. We just heard about this earthquake down in Venezuela. Natural disaster. Man, we have to continue to pray. Continue to pray about these natural disasters. And continue to pray about the wars that are being fought. And just continue to pray. Continue to pray. My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God. Continue to pray. Don't never stop praying. Pray. Daily, all day, every day. Pray. You take care of yourself. I wish each and every one of you very best.